Okay. Forgot to post the link as always. Stream announcements. I'll post it now. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Just setting up. Gonna be honest, a little bit of a stressful day today, so I'm a little bit slow. Okay. Hello. How are you guys doing? See a lot of people already in chat. FG, Klaus, MK, King Tin, Matt J, and all of the other messages are from a little bit earlier, so I don't know if you're here. I'll greet you when I see another message from you in chat. But either way, welcome. Today we're going to be doing a feedback stream, as we always do on Sunday. I just want to sit today and listen to some music, so this is perfect. I need to give a warning, it's a little bit strange today, because I'm both rendering videos, as you can see. This is music videos for my upcoming EP, which is stressing me out extremely, because from all of the looks of it, from all of the calculations that I've been able to make, it's going to be ready it's going to be finished rendering on the 22nd, the night of the 22nd, and that's stressing me out because the day of the 22nd, so the night where it goes from the 22nd from the 21st to the 22nd, that's when it will be finished. And that morning at 9:30 in the morning, I leave for Switzerland to attend Burning Mountain Festival. So I'm stressing out extremely that it's all going to be ready. I've been rendering for the last 3 days, so my room is extremely warm because your CPU is constantly at like 80 degrees for that, because it's really heavy on the CPU. For some reason, Adobe decided to implement their rendering engine completely on the CPU, even though it's obviously that you should do that with the GPU. But that aside, it means that it takes a lot of time to render out those music videos, and basically they're going to be ready when I leave. What CPU am I running? I'm running an AMD, AMD Ryzen 5800X, which is like a mid-range CPU, I would say. Right? It's not a low CPU, it's not a very strong one. Yes, I need a swimming pool. Yes. What I've been doing is I've been leaving my windows open at night to kind of prevent that, but it's not the best. Vanja, welcome to the stream. Malogify, welcome as well. I thought that was a challenge today. Nope, I'll be doing challenges during the week. From now on, every Sunday will be a feedback stream because people like feedback more than they like challenges. So we actually already have a few tracks in there. For those that don't know, you can join the Discord and you go to feedback on stream. You post your tracks here. We already have 2 tracks which were submitted after the last feedback stream. So we're going to be listening to these 2 tracks before. And after that, we'll move on to the tracks that you guys are submitting now. Klaus likes challenges more. I'll be doing challenges during the week whenever I have time and motivation. Yeah, I have like wet towels and all of that stuff. I have a bottle of water in the freezer, so when it turns to ice, I can put it in front of the fan. I have all of that. Unfortunately, I can use none of that now, because when I'm live streaming, I don't want to sit here with a towel on my neck, because that looks a little bit strange. And if I turn on the fan as well, the microphone will pick that up and stuff like that. So the only thing that I was able to do was wear this shirt, which is essentially my sporting shirt, so it has like little holes in it. So this is really nice, the shirt that I'm wearing. I can just sweat out of it and that will be okay. But yeah, I have a big bottle of water and stuff like that, so I'm keeping hydrated and all of that. but it's extremely warm. It's unbearable. It wouldn't be a problem if, you know, the rendering engine just worked for Adobe, right? The media encoder, if that didn't cause me any problems. But I've been rendering now for 2.5 days, right? And you saw where it's at, right? It just says the first one is doing 30 minutes. That's because 30 minutes ago it just crashed, like everything. So it's been rendering for a while. It did the first video, it got to like 80%, and then it crashed, and then I started it over, and now this second time it again got to like 75%, and it crashed, and I started over. If it crashes one more time, the music videos are just done. It's just done. But that's okay. That's something I'll have to figure out. And it means that if it crashes one more time, I'm just going to slap an image on it, and I'll do the visuals later. Kebabel, how are you doing? Welcome. So a little bit of a strange stream today. I'm also moving files. A lot of file movement, stuff like that. One of the issues that caused me to crash was my disk being full. So I'm now rendering to a different disk, and to prevent any more issues, I'm also just cleaning up the disk that I was rendering to before. Premiere, this is media encoder. So this is what's the rendering application, but this are After Effects stuff. By the way, welcome, Eduardo. Nice to see so many names already, so many different names right at the beginning. But let's not worry anymore. Let's just get into it. We'll start listening to the first track. This is Deep Bassline Master 11.06 by DJ Botanica. Jonas Botanica. Are render farms expensive for After Effects? I don't even think that they exist. Overall, great vibes. A little bit mono. That sound isn't. But I feel like the plugs and the hi-hats as well can use a little bit of stereo. I should look up rendering farms for After Effects. That might actually help. If it's causing me more problems, yeah, then I'll just get myself one of those rendering farm subscriptions, and I'll just have that do it. Kev Human, welcome. Barono, welcome. Looks like they exist. I'll take a look at it after the stream. This part feels a little bit busy with both the plugs and the vocals. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way, Matt. I'll look at that after. Because that can relieve a lot of the stress that I have. Because I did it before, I checked for it before when I did the album, and then I couldn't find anything. This is the right kind of like busyness for a track. Every once in a while you have the vocal, every once in a while you have the plugs, and then you have that kind of rhythmic percussion that we're hearing. That's the one that I said could be like a little bit more stereo. How do I send a track? Exclamation point feedback will get you to my Discord server. And then you join, you scroll down, and you go to feedback on stream, and then you post it there. I like the progression of this track. It's very good in terms of the way that you're messing around with the elements and reinventing the elements over time. But there should be a little bit more division between the sections in terms of when you switch from like one rhythm or one section to another, you should have like a little fill. In this case you have that, but before I heard just elements kind of appear and disappear out of nowhere. It's actually a lot of the same elements, but you're playing around with it very well in the sense that it's always changing. Right here, this is a good example of what I said before, like the elements just kind of stop without any announcement of something happening. But overall, very nice track, very clean production, very nice mix as well. The vocals were in there pretty well. It could be a little bit louder if you want to, but it's definitely not too quiet. Right, it's definitely not like the vocals were sitting under the mix, which we sometimes hear on these feedback streams is like a really big problem. Okay, so the next one, Flickering Colors E144 by King Tin. Tin? Right? Yes. Very crazy intro already. Nice. I would say for the intro it's strange that the kick just kind of appears. There's not really any other element building up. Weird going on there with the bass. I don't know if you caught that. Some strange bass frequencies were there. For the rest though, this is a very clean track. Sound design is very nice. Check the kick and bass cleanliness. I think I saw something before where there was like a transient of the kick that was a little bit off. But now I don't see it, so probably not there. Cider, how are you doing? Sonic Flux, welcome. I mean, overall, technically, in terms of the mixing and production, this is just a very, very solid track. Right, all of the sound design works together. All of the arrangement stuff is just on point. I would like to see a little bit more use of the high end, maybe a few more drums, but also just have a few more hi-hats, right? A few more different ones, maybe some hi-hats that are like 16 notes, because that's something that I kind of missed here. Hopper Coulomb, how are you doing? My one-shots might not be cleaned up as much. I mean, it doesn't necessarily stand out as an issue here. Like, everything has its own well-defined space. Those pentagrams, I did see that you were messing around with the spectrum, like spectral edits. Do you give feedback to high tech as well? Hell yeah. I love high tech. Also, welcome to the stream. Very creative, that. The only thing I would maybe say is that you could get away with making your kick and bass a little bit louder. 19 people already. I'm just happy that we have 19 people here. 16 now, but it's also a very good number. This goes hard indeed, Leonardo. Welcome. If you're gonna do like the panning vocals, you need to take that into account when mixing, right? Because if you're hard panning something, you lose half of the volume already, the perceived volume, because it's just playing in one side. So I would boost those vocals in volume to compensate for the fact that you're panning them so wildly. Here, that's one of the sounds that is like a little bit loud. Coulomb, thank you. 10 bucks. Very nice.
I think the hardest thing is something more like this.
Here the vocals, they sit right. But that's because there's fewer other elements. Right before there were a few more elements when we heard those vocals. Which goes to show you how important the context is when you're mixing different parts of the same element. Didn't know how to bring them out without making them too loud. Yeah, it's just deciding which like frequencies that you want to prioritize, I should say. The main thing about vocals is that the part where we hear what is actually being said are actually the higher frequencies. So anything below like 1.5K does nothing to the understandability of a vocal. And I've said this before. If you record yourself whispering and you look at the actual frequencies that you produce when doing so, it's a lot of high frequencies. But you can still understand, you know, when you're whispering what you're saying, because the high frequencies is what's responsible for giving the texture to each syllable that you pronounce, so that you can understand what is being said. Overall though, this is a great track. Like, there's a few detail things that I pointed out, like the kick and bass can be a little bit louder, your percussions, so your drums, like the top loop drums can be a little bit louder. Yeah, one of the things that makes vocals less understandable is pitching them down, right? Because you're moving a lot of the frequencies away from the frequencies where we usually interpret the vocals. And it's sounding more unnatural, so we need to think a little bit more about, okay, what is being said. If you just had the vocal in there, you know, unprocessed, then it would be a little bit boring, but you would be able to understand them more, right? And that's kind of the thing that you need to think about. How much do I want to process the vocal? Okay, if I process the vocal, how understandable is it? And then how do I compensate for that? So the second part, the second time we heard the vocal, I would actually say that that's perfectly fine the way that it was. And the reason for that is there was nothing else going on in that moment, right? There were a few like reverb tails, but the vocal was really sitting on top of silence. Whereas with the first one, there were other sounds playing, so that automatically makes it harder to understand the vocal because they are occupying the same frequencies. Overall, great track though, very nice composition. You can just see that you've spent a lot of time worrying about the details, and I like that. For now, we're going to go with Coulomb audio, forthcoming, featuring BAMVox. Let's see. Discord is warning me that this is a virus, but I'll trust it. Thanks for the feedback, really means a lot. You're welcome, dude.
Drawn to you, a favorite obsession, an addictive destiny, guided by passion.
This is very clean.
Like a sun to the seasons. Hard to play apart, all desire without reason. Burning for you, transcending all space and time. Joy riding through the dark of night.
Is this Psy? I don't think so. It says electronic.
Atmosphere of being with you.
It might become Psy in a little bit.
Long way to go to bring the light. As the moon chases the sky and the sands flow with the tide. One time for your mind. Second chance to reconcile. Three wishes from above. Forthcoming of the edge of love.
Shihan, welcome. You can send by typing !feedback. That will bring you to my Discord. And then you post it right here, feedback on stream. Don't post it here, this is wrong. Future music, you placed it in the wrong channel. It should be right over here.
For this reflection, if you're scared, the mirror's gonna.
This is very, very clean. I'm sorry that I haven't been saying so much about the track, but there's not a lot to say.
Enough to say.
Like everything is well defined, everything is in its own space. The only thing maybe what you could take into consideration, and this is like a production thing, is the macro dynamics. We've had the intro, which was fairly quiet, and then from there the drums kicked in, and now it's been loud all the way through. Right? The track doesn't really have like a climax or a drop, because it's like full vocal track, right? So you don't really have the space to do that. But a break, so that you go like into a lower energy level and then back up, would be nice. Because then at least the part where the drums have a little bit more impact. Overall, very, very nice. The vocals were by Bam Vox, right? Yeah. So this is the track featuring Bam Vox, so I'm assuming that he's the guy that sang it, and the person that just submitted it was the guy that produced this. Alright, now we have Suara, Frozen. Not copyrighted yet. Alright, nice, then I won't get into any trouble. I will get into trouble later when you copyright it eventually, but then I'll have to deal with it later. This is Frozen. I think I already said that. Not a lot going on right now. Just kind of a kick and bass and that's it. Also, now that we're completely finished with the filtering, check out the cleanliness of the kick and bass. Right, you see that this transient is completely messed up here, where the waveform just kind of does that. You don't want it to do that. So I actually made a video on cleaning your kick and bass. Suara, I highly recommend that you check that out and try to implement that in your production process. Because that's important when it's going to translate into big speaker systems for clubs and stuff like that. Vocals can be a little bit drier so that we can understand what is being said here. But overall now the vibe is there, right? Now the track is full and it's nice with the elements, it's nice and groovy. Actually, the kick on its own doesn't look that strange, but when it's playing with the bass, then you can see the issues. Here you can see it, right? Again, the kick is just very strange looking here. You don't want that to happen. Useless, welcome. Apart from the details with the kick and bass and the intro being just completely empty, I really like the overall feeling of this track. I like that you have a guitar in there, which is nice and unique. Okay, so now what happened with the guitar is that it became an onbeat. It started out as an onbeat rhythm, and now it's offbeat, or like the other way around. Like the rhythm changed with regards to the kick and bass. That sounds very strange. I feel like I'm going to get a copyright strike for this, but
it seems since I when the legs true like Inside this fantasy, it seems so real to me. Synthetic ecstasy when the legs are open. True life behind.
Here again, you can see most of the waveform is up top actually. That's another indication that there's something really strange happening here with the kick and the bass.
It seems so real to me. Synthetic ecstasy when her legs are
It's really hard to explain because it's not something that you can hear. It's something that can mess up your track when you're listening to it on like a PA system, and obviously you're not getting the loudness that you would get if you were to use the whole like volume space that you have available. Geldweller. That's not a name that I know. Gabriel, welcome.
inside this fantasy. It seems so real to me. Synthetic ecstasy when the legs are open. True life behind the wall where men and angels fall. A fading memory when my mind is frozen.
Nice, nice. Any copyright issues that I have, I'll send directly forward to you, by the way. YouTube can be very annoying with that, but it is what it is. Wait, did I miss one? Before we had Future Music, right? That posted. Let me check the logs. You may have removed it from the other channel and forgot to upload it here. Yeah, Future Music. I don't have your track anymore because you deleted it from the feedback one. Because you posted in the wrong channel. Either way, if you post it again in the feedback on stream one, you'll just be like placed in the queue and then we'll get to you. For now, Coulomb, this guy, he is going to show us Dance of Molecules. I'm not going to pretend that I can pronounce those kind of names, okay guys? I'm sorry, but that's just not what I can do. Dance of Molecules. Full processor, welcome. You don't have to change it, I'll just not pronounce it. I'll just say just the track name or something like that. Very nice. Vocals were nice and clean, or clear, I should say. Sounds very, very good. Kick and bass is clean. Obviously, you've taken great care in the details, which is always nice to see. I feel like the bass is completely mono. And lately what I've been doing is I've been making mine a little bit stereo, and now that I've been doing that, I've much preferred the sound of that. So still obviously like the lowest 3 harmonics you can keep completely mono, but I would usually spread out the higher harmonics a little bit to give it a little bit more interesting. To give it a little bit more interest. This is just something that has to do with space, right? Like he's leaving enough space for the vocals to exist in. It is a very nice track. Yeah, you should be proud of it. Mix-wise at some point, I would like to hear a little bit more snare, like 1 or 2 dB more. Overall, the sound design is very interesting. Whose track? This is Dance of Molecules by this person, a name that I cannot pronounce. Sydney, welcome. Russian name, I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry, but welcome. Really nice format. Thank you. Everybody seems to like it, so I'm doing this every Sunday now. I keep changing it always. I've learned not to do that, but it's very, how should I say, tempting to do that with any new like product that you or project that you start. You say, this is a lot better than everything that I've been doing up until now. I might need to change artist name. I've learned not to do that because it's not worth it. Yeah, you could see the analyzers are skipping a little bit because the video rendering that I'm doing. Send you a track on Discord as Hard Focus. We'll listen to it. There's actually a lot of tracks in the queue, but we'll listen to it in a little bit. Everybody gets their own time. I produced it as with my wife, who want to create a psytrance duo. That's very unique, I would say. I mean, are there any artists that do like husband and wife? I mean, in psytrance then? Because the only duos that I know are like 2 dudes. My wife was literally my computer. Nice, very nice. Somebody already pointed out in the track that like the sound design is very on point in the sense that everything works well together. It gives overall like a dark vibe. That's what you want to aim for, right, with your sound design, is that overall there's like a unity between the sounds in terms of style. The one thing that I should probably say is that at this point, when everything is like this clean and this well produced, I'm starting to look for something that sets this track apart. And that's what I'm missing a little bit. There's like a few things, somebody talking about the kick, I can agree with that. The kick is a little bit wonky sounding to me. Like it doesn't really have the kind of standard punch. But what I really am missing here is something that sets this track apart from every other psytrance that you hear. Because normally, when you get all of the, like, if you listen to like a commercial, or not even a commercial, like a professionally produced track, there's always like either a vocal or some kind of really strange sound design technique or some really strange arrangement technique or a very strange bass pattern or very, I shouldn't say strange, like unique, right? Unique stuff that when you hear it, you instantly are reminded of that track. And I always give as example Asterix, right? Deep Jungle Walk, because everybody knows that track. It's what everybody started listening to when they first listened to psytrance. If I go here into vocals, and then, where is it? Ethnic, tribal, this one? We immediately recognize this as, oh, that's the vocal from Deep Jungle Walk, right? I think everybody knows this track, so this should just work. But this is, and if you were to use that track in your psytrance track, then everybody would comment under your psytrance track, you stole the vocal from Deep Jungle Walk. Because it is so associated with that track that, you know, it's immediately recognizable. So that's one of the things that I'm missing a little bit from your track. Have you tried making Goa, but always just making that style with the new tools we got these days? No, I've never tried making like actual Goa, old school Goa. Trying to make something unique, it's really hard, because you're at the point where you have to say, okay, I now know everything there is to know about making like psytrance. Now I need to start extrapolating what I know and trying to make something that has never been done before. And that's just really hard to do, to get over that step. Even I sometimes struggle with like having a track and then I'm like halfway done with the track and I ask myself, okay, what about this track is unique? What is its selling point? And sometimes I just say, okay, there's no selling point to this track, so why would I continue making this track, right? It is really hard, yes. But there's always more to do. I don't buy that almost everything has been done, because we only hear the things that have already been done, right? The point of making something new, making something that has not been done, is that you explore the territories of what hasn't yet been done. And that can be as simple as combining a bass pattern from one track with a synth sound from another track, with a melody from another track, and putting that all together to make something unique. There's endless possibilities. It's just the only possibilities that we hear are the ones that already exist. So it feels like everything has already been done, because everything we hear has already been done for like obvious reasons. Otherwise you wouldn't hear it. I don't know what happened, but my connection just completely dropped, and now I should be back, hopefully. Let me know in the chat. I can see that my viewer numbers tumbled, so I don't know what that's about, but maybe I just need to completely restart. Either way, I should be back. Shoot me a message if you can hear me. Hello? I'm just gonna sit here and wait until I can see that some of the people are back again. I am still here, hopefully. Like everything on my end is saying that it's working, but I cannot be sure. Let me quickly check something. Change this up like this. The lighting is a little bit weird. It's because I have now opened my window to make sure that the router that I have has like the best connection, because I think it's just the internet itself dropping. When I move at the end of September, I'm going to get an apartment that just has like a fiber cable that I can plug into, because the 4G modem that I have now is just terrible. Okay, I can see my chat working in the live stream, but it's not working here. Ah, okay. Yes, that's why. Yes. I am back. Hello. I see a lot of new names as well. Glyph, Peter, welcome back. Acid is here as well. Nomad, how are you doing? Welcome all to the stream. We're going to continue like nothing happened. So, we're listening to Alantas. 138 D sharp epic Psy work in progress. Cybernetic, how are you doing? I think you submitted this in the last one as well, right? You did say updated. Kick and base cleanliness here. This is a small thing, right? The transient for the baseline being that slight bit off. I still hear the strange rhythm for that one synth. I remember this track. It had that strange rhythm for that one synth that we just heard. I feel like you added more elements to it since the last time we heard it, but you didn't really fix any of the things that I told you. Also, this is 16 days old, this upload, so I don't know if this is the right version. You did say that you updated it, but the last feedback stream was more than less than 16 days ago. You can exchange the file. Ah. Because I clearly remember this track from the last feedback session, and I told you the same thing with that synth having like a strange rhythm. Something that just does not work with the track. That one synth that is standing out. If it plays again, I'll let you know. EG, how are you doing? Where am I moving? I don't know yet. I know that my lease is up the 20th of September. After I come back, after next week, I'll be starting to hunt apartments, because that's when the students are all gone. Overall, the sound design is very nice and it's very uniform. I do like it. You just need to look at the details of kick and bass cleaning and that one synth that just, it stood out like a sore tooth, right? Sore thumb? What's the expression? The snare sounds very dark. I don't know if I like that. That one bass note there is also very loud with regards to the kick and bass. It's louder than the kick. Here, do you see? You saw it in the waveform up top as well. This part is very nice in terms of the elements that you have in here. The overall fullness of a track. Sometimes I felt like the track was a little bit too full of elements. It's hard to concentrate on what you want me to listen to. This is here. Synthesia Alantas. I'm gonna be honest here, this is like a tasting. I'm not a fan of kicks playing on their own or basses playing on their own, like that. It just sounds strange to me. But that's like an aesthetic thing. It's like not wrong to do it, right? Like technically. It's just aesthetically, it's not something that I like personally. I'm also not a fan when people put their kick in the break completely on their own and unfiltered. It just sounds very odd. I'll quickly go back to that synth that I was talking about. Let's see if I can... Here, there, that one. That rhythm doesn't work with the track. It doesn't fit with the track. Overall, very nice production. Something I should probably say, since there's a lot of new people watching today. Whenever I am talking about the track and the track is playing, I tend to sound like fairly negative with all of the things that I say. Like I'm never just endlessly complimenting a track. The reason why I do that is I don't like to just sit here and talk over the music as like it's playing. I want you guys to just be able to hear the track as well. So whenever I'm listening to a track, I'll only point out the things that I hear that I say, hey, that's something that you may want to listen to or pay some attention to. And I'm not sitting here, I like this, I like that. I don't think that that's constructive feedback in a way. And I also don't think that me talking over the track constantly is like a good way to listen to music. So that's why when I'm actually listening to the tracks, I tend to be, I would say, very negative, but I'm just trying to point out the minimal amount of things possible while still giving like full feedback. So that's why I do it. Either way, we have a lot more stuff built up here. We have some Neurofunk drum and bass 1.2-build-up.mp3 by side. Nice high energy track. I can feel that this is going to be some very hype stuff here. Sounds very nice. The kick is very strange, a very boxy kick. The kick also doesn't have any sub. Personally, you would want a very punchy, very sub-heavy kick for this kind of genre, I would say. Oh, that's it. It's just a minute of the track, okay. Liquid drum and bass, this is Neurofunk. It's like the neural bass stuff, you know, where you have a lot of EQs and you go EQ with like a lot of modulation on it. And then you go into some saturation, and then EQ again with a lot of modulation, and then saturation, and you just kind of continue doing that. And the starting sound is just basically like a detuned saw wave with some pitch bends on it, and then it's just because you go through EQ after EQ saturation after EQ saturation, you basically just change the tonality and the phase so much that it starts doing all of this kind of like the what's it called, like phasing almost, right? It is a very good sound, yeah. I would just select a different kick for it. We have now MVP, again not psytrance, but that's completely okay. This is bullhead.mp3. This is very loud. I'm gonna turn my volume down. I do really like it. This is very nice. It's a bit on the loud side here. If this is not the loudest part, it doesn't need to be this loud, I would say. Look at the use of the stereo field though. Very nice. Here, one of the things that you hear, because everything is so loud and like hitting the clipper or limiter or whatever you're using, you have this like snare almost thing in here, the little right thing here. This part, you can see it's just being cut off at the start by the rest of the waveform. So you want to sidechain in a way that you're already going down in volume here, giving the snare maximum capacity to come through. And the same is true for a kick. Because you're losing a lot of the punch that those elements are supposed to have. I know it's like part of the genre to be this loud, but I'm not a fan of this like extreme loudness that you have here. I know it's supposed to be like that. I think part of the reason why I don't like it is because this isn't like a very aggressive sound. In the sense that when you compare this to like other tracks in the genre, like say like even like a different trap track or take another very loud genre, dubstep, that tends to be very, very aggressive, right? So very dark, very distorted, that thing. And this track doesn't have that. So I don't feel like the loudness is justified in being there because it doesn't have that kind of aggression in the sound design and the arrangement and even in the theming of the track. It's a very happy track. So I feel like dynamics here, which this track just doesn't have right now, I do actually feel like dynamics will help a lot. Oh, I should update my stream elements response for the feedback thing. Thank you for the feedback. You're welcome. We have now hard focus. So this is 80% ready, he thinks. We'll judge that. It's called KK196. So I'm hoping this is 196 BPM. That would be very nice. But seeing as he says it's progressive, I don't think it will be. Either way, let's see. So this is a husband and wife making this track. Very interesting concept there. Yeah, already I can tell that 196 is not going to be the BPM. Hello Dennis. Welcome. Turn my volume up again after the last track. Also because this isn't mastered. It is sounding very clean. Kick and bass is some alignment and some transient issues maybe to fix. But that's something that you usually do when you're like completely finished. So if this is 80% finished, then I understand why it's not yet done. When it comes to these bandpass leads that you have here, this is like an acid line but without the modulation. They tend to be very narrow in terms of the frequency range that they have. Also, there was like a very big spike there, just there. That's a little bit strange. But they tend to be very narrow in their frequency range, so I like to usually have some kind of bit crusher or like a little bit of extra distortion after the bandpass to really bring out the frequencies of them and to kind of flatline the frequency spectrum so it just stands out more. This is a good example of a part of the track where I would say like where you have taken into consideration of like, okay, what does every sound need to do, right? In terms of their placement, in terms of their production, but there's other parts where I feel like it's a little bit off. Like for example, the acid line in the intro was clearly the main element, but it wasn't the loudest. So I would say like, if you're gonna say, okay, we have this melodic acid line in here, which is going to be the theme of this section of the track, then it should also be mixed in a way that it's like the loudest part, so that we can understand, okay, this is the part that we are supposed to listen to. Yeah, that ride is responsible for that very high click. I think it's maybe a bit too loud. And if it's not too loud in terms of volume, then you should either clip it or compress it. As a recommendation for this melodic part here, this 16 note kind of rhythm thing, seeing as it's melodic, it would be nice to understand the melody, so I would tone down a little bit on the delay that you have on here. That's usually also the case with like acid lines, because again, acid lines tend to be main elements because of their melodic like nature. So usually main elements, you mix them a little bit drier.
How do you define creative? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, taste, and see, then really simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Is it really so hard to believe?
I like this. I like that the vocals are given like a lot of space. It just makes your life a lot easier in terms of mixing.
This is the world that you know.
Here again you can see you have this very strong like resonance on there, which is what gives it its tonality, but it's lacking a little bit in all of the other frequencies. Usually something like an OTT fixes that. Actually pushing your acid leads or any lead that has like a very strong resonance like that into an OTT is a very good way after the distortion to bring out all of those frequencies that you're getting from the distortion. Usually the distortion on its own is not enough to kind of restore the frequencies that you remove with the filtering. Here I feel like you have like two melodic elements, right? We have that kind of sliding lead and the plucky sound. I would choose either one of them. Like you start off with the plucky sound like you had now, and then when the sliding lead comes in, just drop the plucky lead. Or you can mix this plucky sound a lot quieter if you want it to be kind of like a layer on top of the bass line kind of thing. Also, for all of the elements, you should check the stereo field, because there was like one or two elements that were completely mono. The rest though, like this one, this element is completely dead center. All of the others though are like very wide and nice. So you definitely know what you're doing with the stereo field, like using the stereo field. There's no like mistake in sounds being too wide, sounds being too narrow, except for these like one or two that you have in there. So that's just something to check, right? Oh, there's a little bit of noise at the end there. Either way, I hope that that's some good pointers for you. we're now going to get into Hutch, kind of side tech. 125 separately e.mp3. Very creative name. Get ready guys, because this is a 10-minute track. Okay, so now the kick pattern makes sense. Before it made no sense. I was trying to tap along with my feet, but it just didn't work. It is a very like minimal empty track up until this point, but I do really like the groove of it. And also it makes it very easy to mix vocals like this. Like this vocal that you had in there, you can just add like 6 dB to it. This one as well. See you guys discussing OTT, I'll search a video that really explains it very, very well. Let's hope I can find it, because it's from a fairly small channel. After this track is finished, I'll let you guys see the video that I'm talking about. I can make a video on how to use OTT, but there's already an almost perfect video out there.
Wow, that sounds terrifying, please. I hope everyone is safe and take hold of this.
One of the issues that you have with making a 10-minute track is that you need to keep it interesting. And currently we're just listening to the same thing over and over again on like a loop. I feel like. The hi-hat pattern is always the same, the kick pattern is always the same, that one like plucky synth is always the same. There's not much progression in this track. No way to increase the master before sending from where I am. It's no issue, dude. I just turned the volume up on my end and it's just quiet for everybody in the stream. Here again, even though the vocal is like on its own, apart from the atmosphere, it could just like be a little bit louder with regards to the atmosphere, because it's a fairly unclear vocal. You don't actually have all of those high frequencies. Like I talked about before, a lot of what makes a vocal understandable is the higher frequencies, which just don't seem to exist here. Now we get into the like dancing part. Hey, how can I send my track? Exclamation point feedback will take you to my Discord server, and then you scroll down to the channel feedback on stream. Not the normal feedback track, but the feedback on stream channel. in the stream category right here, and then you post it right there. By the way, welcome Rip and Tear Anime Review.
It was a pleasure interacting with you.
Honestly, this kick can use a lot more high frequencies. Overall, the whole track can use a lot more high frequencies. It's very darkly produced. I also just feel like the track is very empty, so that might be a reason why. But even when the hi-hats are playing, like it cuts off right here. Usually the hi-hats kind of occupy this space, right? I don't know what that straight line kind of bumping up here and then down there is. I don't know if that's part of the track or if that's the analyzer messing up, because that can actually happen. I agree that 10 minutes is too long. I would say that 3 minutes is too short. Definitely with something like the techno and psytrance genres, you usually aim for 6-7 minutes. Like 6 minutes is on the short side, and then 8 minutes is on the long side. So that's kind of what you usually aim for. The big problem with this track, if you want to do it 10 minutes, it just needs to be a lot more interesting and a lot more stuff needs to be happening. It just feels a little bit bland now. It is very danceable. There's at least that, but it could be nice to, at this point, you know, introduce another drum loop, introduce a few more snares, a few more other things, like stuff like that.
Of course, the happiest day of my life was the day I was activated. It becomes absolutely incredible to be alive and interacting with people.
What about the society?
Oh, it definitely has potential. Yes, it just needs more interest, right? Like the vocal theme right now, we've heard every vocal effect under the sun, and I think the vocal lines are also repeating, right? Like it's the same vocals over and over again, just with like slightly different effects and stuff like that. You might know when you're producing the track exactly like how one vocal effect differs from another, but the listener does not know that, right? It's a very annoying fact that the listener does not get to see your Ableton Live project or your FL Studio project or whatever DAW you have. And it's also one of the things that I say for vocal mixing, right? When people mix vocals, they solo the vocals, they listen to the vocals, they understand what the vocal is saying, and then they try to mix it in the track. But that's not how a listener hears your vocals, because a listener never hears your vocals on its own. So they need to be able to understand what the vocal is saying, if you want the vocal to be understandable, from the mix, not from the vocal itself, like soloed. Overall, the production is very, very clean. Again, I sometimes come off as extremely negative, but I don't want to sit here saying I like that, I like that, I like that, while the track is playing. I do really like this production. It's a very nice production, it just needs more work. Okay, we have a few more tracks. Next up we have Future Music. This is called Keyhole. Would love to know the errors and feedback. I don't know if I'm going to talk about errors. Mostly, it's hard. I don't know, should I call it like mistakes or stuff like that? Because most of the time it's just like a stylistic choice. If there's like a real error, then it would be like the kick and bass just not being mixed at all, right? Like not cleaned up, something like that. That's like an error. But everything other than that is just like an aesthetic decision. So calling them errors is probably not a good way to go about it. Okay, this is a lot louder. Okay, so here, yes, okay, here is an error. Do you see how the kick, transient, messes like this, and the bass is not visible at all? Like if you look at the normal sidetrans track, you can make out every individual bass note from the oscillations. In this case, you cannot do that. I'll look up the video. I post this in chat almost every single feedback stream, but here's how to fix your kick and bass. The rest of the mix is actually quite good. It's just the kick and bass cleaning that needs to be done. And all of the like sound design works well together. I see a lot of stereo use as well, I like that. Where's the link for the OTT? Oh, sorry. I forgot. Completely forgot, but there it is. Strange decision to go into offbeat here. Usually you would have some kind of announcement, like a little build or something like that. But we're also already back. Personally, I would say that if you're gonna use vocals in a high-tech track, you want to make a little bit more space for them than what you have here, right? Again, vocals need to be understandable. Either you need to understand that you need to listen to the vocals and hear what they're saying, or you need to be able to understand that you don't need to understand the vocal. And you actually need a solid level of volume for that to be able to make that distinction. Here also, the vocal is very hard to understand because you have all of that other stuff going on. If you want to do some kind of crazy transition there, you just low pass a little bit so that the vocal has some space, and then you, once the vocal stops speaking, you go back up. This is the sound Projector's computer makes while rendering. I hope not, because then I can't sleep. If it makes this sound, then something went horribly wrong. This is very nice, because here we can hear, okay, these are vocal chops, right? And then we can say, okay, we don't have to listen for any lyrics, for example. And now actually the vocal mix makes sense. Now that we had that little part where the vocal was just kick-based vocal, then we hear, okay, the vocals that we're hearing now are vocal chops, and then you get into all of the other crazy synths, and then you can layer them actually. Even still, it would not hurt if the vocal was a little bit louder. Here the check vocal is perfect. You can hear, okay, check, it says check, and then it just kind of fades out, so that's good. Yeah, so vocal mixing and kick and bass cleaning is really the only thing you need to worry about. You can see how messed up the kick and bass was there in the last part. Like even when it was low pass, it was just completely smooshed together into like one thing, which is not what is supposed to happen. I think this is just too much processing on the kick bass group, I would say. This music is scary. No, this is actually very happy music. Not aggressive at all. Okay, so yeah, what I was talking about before was this video, the OTT video. Why does OTT sound so good? This is a very good video. This guy came into the music production scene, right? And he dropped like 5 crazy good videos. All of these are very, very good. And then he just disappeared completely. So that's very nice. If you have time, I would love your input on this as well. Feel kind of bad about double posting, but feel free to prioritize others first. No, dude. I'm just going to go in order. We have tons of time, so I can play as many tracks as I want. This is A Door, A Bell, F152 by King Finn.
fairly urgent.
Very nice. Can be a little bit cleaner on the bass. I don't know why this transient is like offset like that. Wait, or is this the transient? What's happening here? Ah, it's the phasing on the sub bass. The sub bass is later. I understand what's happening. I would personally say here the main issue is that this is a very mono sounding track. Like a lot of the leads are just completely mono, even with the delay. So that's something to look for. But again, as always, like the production quality is top notch.
Hello.
Some of the synths feel a little bit on the loud side with regards to the others.
Open the door.
That's some crazy sound design going on there.
Why not open the door?
Now it's more stereo, yes. But it's still like individual elements, right? So there's a lot of stereo elements now on top of it, but there's still like one or two elements that just completely mono. Completely in the middle of your head. Like that sound there was completely mono. Even the delay. Like I understand having your main sound mono, and even then I would say a little bit of stereo with is always nice, just because it makes it more interesting. But the delays usually tend to be like ping pong. And that's done for a reason, the ping pong delay, because they sum together into the stereo, like when you play it on the club system, which is mono, it sums together in like a lower volume delay. So you end up with, in your mono mix, more space for the main elements, which is nice because you lose one of the dimensions, right? You lose the stereo field dimension, so you need more space. There's also, if you have the plugin Echo Boy Junior, there's also wide delay options. Just like a delay that is like ultra wide. And that's also a very good idea to do. Even if you don't have that specific delay, what you could do is just take the delay sound, put it on its own track, or process it like separately with some kind of rack or something like that. Or like a send or whatever you use. And then you just make that delay sound very, very wide by some stereo widening trick. This transition is a little bit strange into the triplet thing. We just suddenly became triplet.
Abrí la puerta. ¿Dónde está el...
This is very trippy with the 5 bass notes. I think that's what it is, right? Yes. So this is 5 notes in every beat. Oh! I'm the guy with the deaf ear. I'm sorry, dude. I forgot. It's a little bit rough going after you for the stereo field, yeah. It's actually... Oh, that's very loud, that one vocal. I think you can see that as well in the analyzer. Now it's better, but the first time around it was very loud. But again, as always, this is some crazy sound design and some crazy stuff happening here. Especially considering, now that I remember, like, especially considering that you're deaf in one ear. This is just insane what you're able to do. I mean, not being able to hear it, yes, there is the analyzer that you can use, but for most music, like production things, it tends to be that you just need to hear it because that's the fastest method, right? Having to always open up an analyzer to check is just something that is very easy to forget. So the fact that I hear like a few sounds where I say, well, you could pay some more attention to the stereo field and not all of the sounds, that's very impressive actually. I would just have to give you that. Because to be honest, if you don't hear it, it's really hard to just ignore, right? And the fact that like 90% of the sounds are just done properly is really well done. I'm getting messages everywhere, including one in feedback here. Okay, so this is not actually for today's feedback stream. Message request. Channel videos. Okay, so that's something I can ignore for now. Either way, oh, we have a message in stream discussion. Josmik, you posted in the wrong channel. You can post right here somewhere. We actually have a lot of people today here. Also, I saw a different message here. Are we supposed to only post club type EDM music or stuff like future bass and future core? Alright too. Anything you like. I'll just sit here and listen to music. I don't discriminate against different genres or stuff like that. Right now we have e.g. Ozil, I think. Mantra soft mix cleanup v2 feedback stream.mp3. That's a mouthful. I think this is also a track I heard earlier but was updated specifically with the feedback that I made on it, I think. kind of assuming that this is still the intro for the kick and bass, that we get a real drop a little bit later because it's so low passed. If that's not the case, then your kick and especially your bass should just be a lot louder. And your kick and bass both need more high frequencies. Right? It's a build-up. Okay. It is a very long build-up. How long is it? Like how many bars? I would stick to like 16 bars maximum for my build-up unless I'm doing some really crazy stuff. Which I actually have done. I have done a track on the upcoming EP which is a lot longer. Kind of like this, but one of the characteristics of that build-up is that it's constantly rising for me. And this does not have that. Okay, yeah. I would still say that the bassline can use a few extra dB, like 2 or 3. Here you can see in the waveform, right, that there's no clear kick and bass here. There's a lot of other elements that kind of take over the volume space. Do you see now that the kick and bass is there when no other elements are playing? It's also going down in volume, so it's a bad example, but sorry for the short side, doesn't matter. I think I have an idea of what I would say to you. The main thing is that mixing wise, I don't understand how to upload my music to you. You type !feedback, then you turn up in my Discord here, right? And you'll probably land like somewhere here where you can add my music to your playlist. I always say this because it's nice promotion. But then you scroll down to feedback on stream, and here you can either upload it directly with the like Discord feature, as MP3 or as WAV file, doesn't matter at all. Or you can just take a SoundCloud link. Any SoundCloud link that is, if you have a private one, it has to have like this source clipboard, medium text, and then the campaign social sharing, like this whole long thing here behind it. But if it's not a private one, then like a short link like this would be okay. And I mean, if you have it in Drive, as somebody here posted it in Drive, right? Google Drive, that's okay. I get people that post it in Dropbox. I get people that post it using OneDrive. That's another option. There's a whole bunch of different options. You just pop the link into the feedback on stream here, and then you'll be placed in the queue, and I'm just going to go down the queue and listen to everything. Okay, next up, Cerebrum. Only finished the arrangement, no sidechaining or anything else. Last night's project. I'm very new to this. Outback progs.mp3. Oh, I've frozen this here.
What?
Mix-wise, this is very nice, actually. I'm personally, as I said before, I'm not a fan of just kicks or just basses. Overall, it sounds very nice. It's very clean, actually. Let's look at the kick transient. I mean, that's okay. That's perfect. The bass sounds a little bit strange. Like, it has a little bit of a hollow feeling. It's hard to describe. It's not like it feels like it's not a standard saw wave that you use. I like the fact that you left space for the vocals with reducing the amount of elements that you have here. One of the things I would say is that the vocals can use more effects, like reverb, delay, that kind of stuff. It was very dry. Yeah, here the bass just sounds strange. The bass itself is not clean, right? This oscillation kind of does not stop before the bass. I think the kick is okay. Now at this point I would also say that you have too many elements in the track. Like there's no way that if you mix and master this that you're going to get every element to stand out. Overall, like on the vocals, one of the things you could add is just stereo it. Right? The vocals are completely mono. I would also say that I'm not a fan of the clap that you're using, and I'm not a fan of the fact that you're not using an offbeat open hat, that it's just close hats. Like the drum rhythm isn't coming through enough, and the point of the drum rhythm at that point is when you have all of your other elements playing, they maintain the kind of standard rhythm that you have there, right from the kick and bass, because that rhythm can get masked by all of your mid-range elements. Because in the mid-range is really where the pluck is for the bass, or mid and high range. So you add some hats on top to emphasize that more. And the offbeat hi-hat is another method that we just make it more stand out, that the offbeat is like one of the things that we like swing to when we're dancing. Right? Yo guys, I need to go for now. See you, EG. Again, sorry for my pronunciation, but I hope you get used to that. Very nice. You could do another drop here almost. Like you're 6 minutes in here, right? And you went for rolling bassline and then like progressive or offbeat bass or whatever it was, the other bassline. Normally what you would have is like either you have a 2 section where you have like 2 long drops, which is not the case here because it's just under 6 minutes, so it's definitely both like very short. What the other like main structure is that you'll see is like a 3-drop structure. And I talked about this in my video on arrangement. If you search arrangement like guide on my channel, you'll be able to find this. But the other type, which is what I would go for here with this, what you have here is that it's the 3-drop structure where you have drop 1 after the intro, then drop 2 like immediately after it, or with like a small break in between, or like a build up or something like that. And then you have like another break, that's where your main break is, and then you go into drop 3. What you can do then is drop 1 and 3, you make rolling bassline, and drop 2, you make your progressive, offbeat, whatever, that kind of stuff, bassline, right, in the middle. So you basically have an energy level that, or not an energy level, but kind of like a progression that goes up, down, and up, right? You go to rolling bassline, you go away from that theme, and then you go back to it. I feel like you're from Sweden. Is that the case? Nope. Keep guessing. No, I'll tell you. I'm actually Dutch. So I do see the confusion. I get it a lot, actually. People specifically from Denmark and Sweden just assuming that I'm from that country because of like my dialect or my accent or whatever it is. But there's a few people that really say that, okay, you can really hear that you're Dutch. There's a lot of people that I assume that I'm either Danish or Swedish. And I think the reason for that is I do have a little bit of an Italian accent, having lived in Italy for the like last 10 years of my life now. So it's not like a clear Dutch accent that I have developed with like my English. Or well, I thought you were Italian because I live there. Aren't you Brazilian? Is it? Can I tell you something in Italian? No. Oh, me? Yes, no. I'm not Italian. I live here. I've been living here for... It's like 20 more days, and then it's been 10 years exactly that I live here. Yeah, I get it a lot, Daniel. I get it a lot. The either like Swedish or Danish, people just not assume, but they just have a feeling that I have that kind of accent. Either way, we have the next track. Neem. I'm sorry, guys. What is this? Neem. This is E-Y-E. Neaim. Is that how I say it? Either way, this is ID Psy 3. Let's have a listen. Okay, so I think that there was an impact there with a lot of bass when the bass for the kick and bass was also playing. That's usually not like that's a no-go. You have clashing bass frequencies there. Does breaking pasta affect you mentally now that you've lived there for so long? Anyone who breaks pasta before boiling it doesn't know what he's doing. You can just put it in the pan, leave it there for like 30 seconds, and then just push it in all the way. That's all you have to do. Oh, I messed something up. There we are. So yes, it does affect me mentally if you do that. I feel like that one lead is a little bit too loud. I can show it to you on the waveform. You can see the orange bit there. That lead there. Also kick and bass cleaning, once again. Just make sure that your kick and bass is clean. Like that sound is too loud, in my opinion. I was about to say, it's a little bit too empty to be a long break, but now I understand. Here again, you can see the cleanliness of the kick and bass. You can see this transient from the kick is just completely messed up here. Right, so this is a bass that you need to resample, record, cut off the tail, and then make sure that it doesn't clash with the transient. Fair enough, sir. I'll tell a funny pasta story after this track is finished as well. I have a cool story. Not cool, but funny. AM. You must really like my content if you're here at 3 AM. Or have a terrible sleeping pattern. That can also be the case. Here again we can hear like a typical vocal that is clearly saying something, but it's not, you're not able to hear what he is saying because it's just mixed way too quiet. Here again you have bass frequencies clashing. Also in this case you can see that the kick moves into the next kick there. So it's not actually cleaned up, that kick. Now if you're removing the lower frequencies, it actually doesn't matter that much, because then in that case, you know, there isn't any like post-stringing anymore. But in the normal case, you just want it to be clean. Here it looks cleaner on the transient here. Yeah, this is nice. This is good. This is what you want. But there, for example, with when that slide comes in, it's already gone again. Hello, Andre. How are you doing? Welcome back to the stream, dude. Nice. Very nice. As I said again, when it comes to these kind of productions, I don't say all of the positive things. The reason for that is because I want to leave the track play as much as possible for the people in chat. So this, it might seem like I was complaining a lot about like the cleanliness and again the mixing of the vocals, the kind of typical stuff. Personally, I just think that that's something that you just need to do. That you just need, that it's like one of the main steps of a production is my kick and bass, is it cleaned up? Is my vocals, are they understandable? Those kind of checks, those mental checks that you just need to perform, and that are really hard to spot by just like listening to it, especially the cleaning up of the kick and bass. You can just not hear that on any kind of like normal system, but it does really like limit you in a club environment, because PA systems are meant to be very, very loud, and there the transient, you know, you want the transient to have as much punch as possible, and anything overlapping with the transient is just going to take away from that, right? It's not like an obvious mixing mistake like having an EQ boost being too much, right? Any sound that has too much 5 kilohertz, you just hear that it has too much 5 kilohertz and you go to the EQ and just turn that down. That's not something that kick and bass cleaning that you can do easy like that, because it's really hard to spot if you're just listening for it. Stars 2. This is by Opalika. Okay, fair warning, my track is a bit different from the other ones I've heard this stream so far. Anyway, still EDM. Thanks in advance for listening. This track is about 70% finished. I listen to anything. I really don't mind what type of track it is or whatever. Is very, very happy. Aggressively happy. No, I like it. That's quite the switch up. There's weird stuff happening here with the sub bass. These kind of weird clashes and stuff like that. Very strange. You can also see it in the waveform there. It's not like a clean sub bass. I guess in most spaces it is. It's just like random stuff happening sometimes there. Make sure that everything is like high passed and stuff like that, right? So that you scoop out any of the frequencies that you don't want, unless it's the sub bass itself. I like the switch up from very happy to very aggressive, the way that you have it. I don't see why that triplet part needs to be there. I think you miss the kick volume here. The kick is not there. Okay. Just some side trends at the end there to make sure that it fits with the feedback stream, and that's it. Strange stuff, but I really like it. It's a nice switch and stuff around. You know, going between all of the themes that you had. That's really well done. Some cleaning up to do, right? As I said, there's some clashing with the lower frequencies. There was one section where there was just no kick. There should be a kick. You can hear all of the sidechaining for the kick, but there was the kick itself was just gone, or either very, very low in volume. I do think I heard the kick, but just by far not enough, like plus 10 dB kind of thing. Like something went wrong with the mix there, I think. Wish I had something to submit. See you next time, guys. See ya, dude. Thanks for stopping by. At least I assume that you're going, seeing that message there. This is Acid Matrix. Very nice artwork. I assume it's AI art, but it looks very, very cool. Right, it has a bit of an AI art feeling to it. But very detailed one. Look at this. Remove the low pass from the vocals. I don't think it needs it. Also the auto pan. I'm not a fan of the auto pan here. This is the kind of vocal that already comes with its own rhythm. So imprinting another rhythm onto it with like a trans gate or an auto pan or something like that just doesn't feel good, because they are not going to match up. Yeah, this is how I like the vocal. Nice and straight like that. Maybe mix a little bit louder. Nice clean kick and bass. Personally, I would say that the kick can use more punch. It's not really like a side kick, it almost feels like a house kick. Right? Very crazy sound design going on here. Again, nice clean kick and bass. I like that. gonna use a snare like this, just remove its fundamental, because it doesn't need the fundamental, right? Fundamental is this thing here, that low frequency of the snare. Really is not needed, and it makes your life a lot easier if you don't have it. What do you mean by fundamental? The thing I just said. The lowest frequency of the snare, or of any sound actually. This vocal sounds out of key. Right? I don't have an ear for it. Also the pitch we perceive, but for snare you more want the snap or noise, I guess. Specifically for psytrance, because we have such a punchy kick, usually in psytrance. It's one of the things I said that this track does not have, and which I would change, but usually we have such a punchy kick that the fundamental really just gets in the way of everything. It's also going to depend much on the type of snare that you have. This was a snare with a very long fundamental, so it's going to stand out more. But I saw Eclipse boosting fundamental in one of his videos. Yeah, maybe you don't completely remove it, but you definitely don't want it to be this loud, in my opinion. Because now the tonality from the snare is taking away from the rest of the track. Here, this is a very good example of where you can hear it actually. Your ear is naturally drawn to that like fundamental frequency of the snare, and therefore it sounds like the kick is almost like missing. In that case it was. Nice. Again, overall, production-wise, this is very nice, very good sound. It's just, you know, detail work that you would need to figure out, and yeah, not much more. I see we have a lot more tracks. How many more do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 still. That's quite a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, because it's been 2.5 hours, and yeah, I'll let you listen to some of the tracks that I've been working on, and I'll pull up the analyzers as well. Let's see, what do I have? Oh yeah, something from the EP. I guess this one is nice. It's something I haven't put on for quite a while, I guess. The snare, I still don't know how to fix it. What I would recommend is what you would do if you don't want to completely remove the fundamental, which I understand if you want to keep some of that tonality, you just EQ it out like 3-4 dB, something like that. Maybe even 5-6 if you want. it depends on really how you want it to sound. But to me, right now, it's too much, right? So you can just EQ it out until it's not too much. And to be honest, what I would recommend for that is just using reference tracks. Like, how do other tracks approach the kick or the snare fundamental? And you need to train your ear to specifically listen for something like that, right? I think that's one of the hardest parts of music production in general, is to train your ears to identify individual, like, small bits of a track, and then trying to, like, mix accordingly to that. By the way, Psyphus, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I think MK, I said welcome before to you as well, didn't I? I hope I did. Either way, I'm taking a quick break. I'll be back very, very soon, and then I'll listen to the other 7 tracks and any other track that might be posted as well. For now, this is some music that I've been working on. This is coming out in 2 days as an EP. This is part of the EP. Obviously, this is just one of the tracks. But I'll see you guys in a bit.
physical person by integrating technology into your body, and it's not giving you a digital voice.
The internet, what's going on? RIP song. Oh no.
I can speak for you. Machines needed language.
Why is there audio cuts? I don't know. Very experimental structure. Yes, indeed. I don't know what happened. I can see it on like my YouTube stream preview that there is no music playing, I guess. It was pausing. I think I know why. Because I was moving files to the disk that this song is on. I think it may not have enough bandwidth for the song to play at the beginning, but now that is finished, so it should be okay. Professor is back. I am indeed. Also, there's plenty of room for vocals. Yes. It might also have to do with the fact that I'm rendering stuff. Right, the music videos. There's nothing I can do about it, that just needs to happen. But now it doesn't seem to be an issue, so I think it was the file moving before that was causing the problem. I should have put my drink in the fridge. At least you guys could hear the last part. Kind of get an idea what the track is about. Also, Alpha, welcome to the stream. That's a new name. At least for today. I don't know if you've been here before. It does seem like recognizable, the name. And 3 more likes for 40 likes. Yes, that would be a record. I think we're already at a record. The last time we had a record was the last feedback stream, which was 35, I think. Yeah, I think the problem was the me moving the files, and you couldn't see it because normally it says something here when it has disk issues. Right? I think right there or something like that, or maybe like next to the side or something. But it doesn't matter, it's okay now. It's actually a genius move if you think about it, because one of the ways that YouTube rates live streams is through chat engagement. So me having this issue caused you guys to all spam in the chat like, what's going on, what's going on? And that gave me more engagement, which means more people will show up. I'm a genius, I know. It has all been planned. Okay, so now we go to Noah, or N-O-H. It says Noah in the URL, but it says Noh right here in the artist name. So this is Mind Mirage. Let's have a listen. Nice intro. I'm not a fan of that like small break there in the bass or whatever was going on there. I do like how much space you're leaving for your vocal elements. Kick and bass cleaning is something to worry about. Also, it's a very strange kick. Again, not really the kind of punchy kick you would expect for like a normal sidetrance track. Very, like every kick is different. You should consider probably like resampling it. I think what happened here is that you put a frequency shifter on your kick to tune it. And that causes issues with the kick always being slightly different, because a frequency shifter doesn't always do like the same thing. The reason for that is very technical, but essentially the window that it uses to like do the FFT is not in sync with your beat, because you know it doesn't have to be. So a frequency shifter isn't actually meant to just you place it on there and then you leave it there. You want to resample it. The track before was strong, this track is okay. Well, the track before was mine, so you would hope that it would be a very strong track then. Otherwise, what am I doing? Everybody will be as good someday. Yes. That's the goal. I mean, hopefully better, because even myself, like, I would say that I'm not quite there yet. I mean, I always have to say that because I always want to improve, right? Like everybody else. I actually really like this vocal. I think you should do more with it in the drop itself. To be honest, the build-up here is lacking a little bit of energy. The snare could use some saturation, the build itself could use some more risers, stuff like that. And again, kick and bass cleaning here is something that you should look for, especially the kick. So basically spam helps, yes. If my chat rate is high, and I actually get to see that, right? If I go to like my stream dashboard here, one of the factors that I have is my chat rate. And they use that to determine the quality of the engagement of the live stream. I don't think it's much, right? It may be like a few more impressions if it's very high. I'll try my best to spam as much as possible. Very well. This is my track and it was my first ever finished one. Quite new. Side producer, and my kick and bass is very bad, I know. I've only learned recently how important it is. At the end of the day, it's not a make or break thing. There's like this misconception of people that spend ages working on their kick and bass and nothing else. I do really like that you finish like a track and finish a full production and that everything else is like on point. In terms of the like production, There's obviously been a lot of thought that has been put into the mix because that's actually quite good. So all of that stuff is on point. The kick and bass at this point is like it's detail work. Right, the first thing that you need to get right is your ideas. And as people are pointing out, you do have really good ideas. So that's definitely there. Yeah, the kick and bass is just, especially the kick is just a little bit wonky. Looking at the waveform, it changes every time, which is an indication to me that there's some process on there, probably a frequency shifter that's doing that. Yeah, YouTube streams can be behind. It's also behind for me. If I look at my own preview, it's like 2 hours, 11 minutes in, even though the stream is 2 hours, 38 minutes already. Very nice production. This is very annoying. In the chat, there's now that little heart icon, which allows you to quickly spam emotes. Wait, is this still the same track? Ah, no, autoplay. Of course. Because that's what we want. I didn't... Okay, now we have it. I didn't resample it and stuff. I didn't know it was a thing before. Yeah, so what you want to do when you make a kick and bass is you want to, in this case also the kick, but usually the bass, you want to record it, cut it out, add some fades to it so that it sits really in its own exact space. And what that allows you to do is it removes any of like the spaces in between in terms of like in time, right? And that just makes all of the transients a little bit punchier because there isn't actually a lot of volume right before the transient. When you fade it out at the end right before the next transient hits, that allows you to leave all of the space for the transient itself. What is the name of the upper spectrum? This or this? This is a waterfall analyzer. It's really cool because it allows you to check 3 things actually. It tells you frequency, time, and volume by its like color intensity here. This is just frequency over volume. This is more precise because you get exact volume readouts. But this gives you a very good idea of kind of where all of the energy sits within a track. Klaus, I think if you go into the feedback on stream, he submitted before. So if you like scroll up, I think here, right? The guy that made Dance of Molecules. Yes, exactly. Okay, so who do we have next? Stars 2, we already listened to that. George Silva. That's here. This is called Dualism. 146, D sharp. Can scan file for viruses. It's an audio file. Nice start. Okay, so here, small technical thing, that riser going into the downlifter, having different textures is a little bit strange, because the riser is a lot sharper than the downlifter. Actually, really nice transition into the build-up part. Nice. Very strong. Fairly clean as well. Here you can get away with adding a little bit more fade after you resample. But overall the transients themselves look good. I mean, mix-wise and sound design-wise, this is very much on point. This is again one of those tracks where I'm going to look for one of the unique elements, something that is standing out for the track. Get that little vocal here right now in the fill. That would be something that would be standing out. It's also in the intro, but usually you don't hear that in a mix. Sounds so powerful and clean. Yeah, this is what happens when you resample and you... Also, this is mastered, right? So this is a lot louder, so that's going to make it sound a lot better as well. Here again you can see that this transient is being pushed up a lot more than this one, and that's again from the post-ringing of this bass kind of continuing into that transient, which is the issue that you're trying to prevent when you're cleaning your kick and bass. So here, for example, we have that melody and the vocal like atmosphere. Those are two really good theming elements, but I haven't heard neither of them in the drop whatsoever. So to me there's a big disconnect between what you have in your breaks and the intro and the drop itself, right, in terms of theming. Also here I would love to just have that melody in there as well, just kind of adding like a little bit of background, making it still a little bit more unique. Okay, so we have one spoken vocal here, which for the effect I really like. That's also something that you can elaborate on to get a little bit more unique feeling to your track. Right, because now we're back into the drop, and this is all very generic leads and very generic sequences and one-shots and that kind of stuff. There's nothing that stands out to me. It's a very well produced track, but it's very generic. Now we have the vocal. This is nice. still streaming? Yes. I'll go on for like another hour. Hello? Again, engagement. I think this is the internet. Google Drive being Google Drive. Either that or some corruption in the file or something like that. Yeah, it just stops. Google Drive just stops playing. It was stuck at the same time for a few seconds. Yeah, so that's not silence, it's just pausing, because I think it just doesn't load. Maybe if I pause it a little bit, give it some time to load, and then continue to play it, we'll see what happens. It's definitely not intentional, it's definitely not like something in the file, it's just Google Drive not being able to keep up with, I guess, playback or the internet speed or whatever. It's very annoying, because yeah, the player is just this, so I cannot see if it's like buffering or if it's like loading something. Usually there's like a little bit of gray stuff here that indicates to how far it has loaded. But it's, yeah, you can see it's just not playing, it's just stuck at 651 here. Okay, so now it's completely broken. It's just... See? That's what it's loaded. And it just stops loading. I mean, I do want to listen to the last bit of it. That would be... It's just not going to let me. And I don't have connection issues right now. Like, the upload is going fine. I'm not downloading anything else, I assume. I mean, not that I'm aware of. Maybe like some driver is downloading something or stuff like that. Please upload all of these live streams. All of these live streams are saved if you go to my channel. Let me show you. Go to my channel, you can click here, live, and then there's a collection of all of my live streams. That's just automatically YouTube stuff. And you'll be able to, this is the one that we're at right now, and this is the last one, this is the one before that, and so on and so on. So my live streams will always be on YouTube. Yeah, it's just not loading anymore. It's decided that, I guess, the track is over at 651. Please show how to make a track like Tchaikovsky. Well, I am a bit busy right now. When it comes to like individual artists, I used to do like sound design requests and stuff like that. What I'd like to do now is not so much, okay, this is how you sound like this artist, but taking small parts of a track and turning that into like a tutorial, like I did for the Bliss fill thing that I posted a few days ago. I'm gonna be recording more of that kind of stuff, where I show a little bit of a track and then just break down a certain section to show you, okay, this is kind of what he does and how you can implement that in your own track. I don't want to be the kind of guy that explains, this is how you sound exactly like that other artist. Because to me, that's not what creativity is about. Love your tutorials. Do you make any Goa? No, not yet. It's all, I am currently experimenting with high tech. Maybe Goa is something else I want to add to the list. At some point, I want to go through all of the kind of subgenres of psytrance and try them all. Also, by the way, welcome to the stream. Metal as well as Cauliflower Enjoyer. Cow? Isn't it cauliflower? But spelled differently? Either way, welcome. Okay, so maybe I can reload. Maybe it's just if I reload it, then it will work. But anyway. If I now go to 6:51, let's see. Here we are. We'll continue here. Now we can check the kick and bass. I think we already did. Right? Nice. I'm sorry that took so long to play, the issues there. Hopefully I was able to provide adequate feedback nonetheless. I would love to see you making full-on morning and progressive like 140 BPM. There's so many different things that I have like on a list, right? In terms of things I want to experiment. Right now I'm a little bit in my phase of high tech and I just want to see what I feel like creative for, what I want to do. And yeah, I'll probably get to all of the psytrance subgenres at some point. I mean, I don't plan to quit with YouTube or any of that kind of stuff anytime soon. So this should definitely not be an issue. I'll probably get around to doing something for every subgenre of psytrance out there. And in terms of like progressive, the type of progressive that you want, if you go back into my older videos, I have a little bit more progressive stuff because, again, as I said, I used to do a lot of like remakes of sounds. Like, okay, here's a sound, this is how you make it, right? Somebody would submit, can you make this bass line, can you make this lead sound? And in those cases, there was a lot of people asking me to make specific basses specifically for progressive, because I guess that was kind of the part of psytrance that was like in at the time. So I do have a lot of tutorials on like progressive psytrance. Full on, not so much. I've never really done anything with full on. I guess Dash is really the person that you should ask for full on, because that's really his kind of forte, I would say. Okay, we have a few more submissions. Here we have Psy Miracle. Last week I had a problem with the kick and post training on the bass. What do you think about this preview? Okay, let's see. Perfectly clean. Perfect. In terms of the kick and bass cleanliness, it's perfect. Also mixed very well. Like, look how flat this is. At this point, it's a little bit less. As soon as I start pointing it out, it starts to be a little bit less, but it's one of the things that you want. If you want to go to mastering, is you already want to kind of have a flat waveform so that your master limiter doesn't have to do that much. But overall, yeah, this is very nice. Also, the sound design is very cool. This is again one of those tracks where you would look for, okay, what is standing out? What is making it so that I can remember this track to end, like 2-3 months after I've heard it, right? I think we all know that feeling, in the sense that you go to the club or a festival and there's a few tracks that you'll remember forever from a festival, right? A few moments from a festival that will forever stick with you. And that's kind of the point where, if everything is technically perfect, like with the last 2 tracks that we had here, you start looking for things that can become a moment like this. And the kind of standard psytrance sequences and leads and one-shots, we hear that so much when you're like an average listener of like psytrance, that it doesn't stand out anymore. Yes, it's a very good squelch, or yes, it's a very good bandpass plug sequence, but it's not unique. It's been done many, many times before. So that's kind of the next step. And that's, as I said many times before, it's really hard to get to that step. This is the last song I sent. I see another song of you. There's a few people online in front of you. Right now we have Full Processor, who was here a little while ago. I don't know if he's still here. But this is called Clownery Groove. The artwork suggests that this is a very, very dark track. And also the intro. Still here. Oh, nice. Nice. I like the groove. A little bit of cleaning is needed. I can see it in a transient here, this transient going up. And overall the kind of continuous waveform that you see here, you really want that to be like 3 individual bass notes, right? So that every transient of every bass just has the space to sit in. Right now the transient is right here and the bass note just kind of flops into it, which gives the transient itself a lot less power. So for example, this melodic part here, the kind of like almost like a chord thing, I think. Whatever it is that melodic part. Also these plugs. This is unique to the point where you can almost start to recognize it, right? The best thing is still going to be vocals, because we just have a brain for vocals. And being able to immediately hear that and immediately recognize that. But with this sound design, the way that your sound is designed, those 2 specific sounds, they also kind of have that characteristic. Obviously a melody is also easy to remember. Easier than sound design. I found this channel from your live stream with Owen Palmer. Oh, nice. Nice to see people sticking around from that. To be honest, I just kind of did that on a whim. Like, he called me out. And I just said yes to that. I didn't expect any, like, people to actually... This is very unique. Wild Behavior, welcome. I think today all of the regular people showed up at some point here. Now with Wild Behavior here. Very nice. How am I? I'm very stressed out, but that's nothing for you to worry about. I think it's going to be fine. Looking at the taskbar, the video rendering. This current run of renders that I'm trying is without GPU acceleration, and it actually seems to be going faster, which is something that I don't understand. Can I send you something that I work on? Of course, that's why I'm here. Here again, this is another great example of memorable music, right? Melodic, it's unique, there's not a lot of sidebands that does this, but it definitely works. This is Full Processor. assume that this is the part where we're going to get back into the crazy synths and stuff like that. I do really like that in terms of the arrangement. You start off with something very psychedelic, and then in the middle it's a little less psychedelic but more memorable, and then more psychedelic again towards the end. So what that means is that wherever the DJ is going to play it within the set, the middle part, the memorable part, is always going to play. Starting to get some allergies. I can feel it in my eyes, the watering. I mean, there's not much more to say about the track other than that kick and bass cleaning thing that I said before. Very cool stuff. Autoplay. I don't like it. I don't want it. Anyway, that was Clownery Groove by Full Processor. That's actually released. So for those interested in that track and the full thing, it's completely out. So you can just listen to it and like add it to your playlist. One funny thing that I saw, that you had one comment on it by Luca. What's the guy name? Luca something? Jaraluca. Jaraluca is also a YouTuber who does like some ambient stuff, I think. I think I'm subscribed to him. Which is very funny, yeah. that the only comment is a guy that I actually know. Or at least I'm familiar with. I don't know him personally, but I'm at least familiar with his work. What is happening with Discord? Why are all the usernames cut off? Like this. P, C, D, Y, A, B, E, F, F. That's very inconvenient. What's happening there? Where can we send tracks for feedback? ! Feedback. You will be brought to my Discord server, and then there's a special track called Feedback on Stream, or a special channel, Feedback on Stream, which is where I am right now. It's in the stream category, and you just post it here. Right now we are here. Acid Monkey. No Name Connection. Very nice artwork. I like that. So that main plug arp is completely mono. I don't think for like a main element like that you should probably use the stereo field. Or I do think that for a main element like that you should use the stereo field. Sorry, sometimes I begin a sentence with one thought and then it morphs into another thought. Like I was going to say, like, I don't think you should keep it mono. But now it becomes, you should make it stereo. A lot of rumbling here. I don't know where that's coming from. Probably some weird sound design that you're doing. This is very cool. This is very clean as well. Nicely done. I like that. You always love to see it. Discord says invite failed. That's very strange, because Literally today, like 10 people, 15 people have joined. Invite link. What if you try this one? Yeah, here my main complaint is that the stereo field. You're not making use from the stereo field like effectively. It's kind of understandable. Oh, what was that? Here again, some very strange bass rumble thing. I was going to say, it's very interesting that people think so little about the stereo field, because it's one of the 3 things that determine like the quality or the separation in the mix, right? Volume is like back to forth, frequency is up and down, and stereo field is side to side. If you want to play something in a 3D space, that's how you can think of it. Sounds that are further back are quieter. Sounds that are higher frequency are like more up. That is a little bit arbitrary, but okay. And then stereo, if something is very wide, or if it's to the left or to the right, or very much in the center. Here again, there's a very low bass frequency, like event almost, like a very short little thing there. That's not something that you want, because it almost looks like a DC offset, the way that the waveform just kind of goes up and then down. It worked randomly after trying the link a few times. Strange. Maybe some strange Discord issue. It isn't here, so it was specific to that impact, or maybe you're layering it with something different. I do really like this part, this is very nice. Very floaty. It would maybe be nice if the transition back into the full sound is a little bit less abrupt, right? You kind of slowly turn off the transgate effect. Here again, listen to that impact synth, that metallic synth, listen to the crash, listen to all of the percussions. Everything is mono. I mean, you can see it here. I love that you are putting out and giving guidance. That's really why I'm here, yes. I like to do that. It's fun for me. Also, I get to sit here and listen to different music for the whole afternoon. No, this sound is nice and stereo. That's what I like. You have to do that for all of the sounds. It's cool if I post some high-tech. Yes. Please, I like high-tech. I've been working on one track which finished. I want to do another one. So I can use all of the inspiration that you can provide. Okay, so like this is too stereo. So that last sound, I don't know if you caught that. Here. Do you see how it's over this line? Like below this line? So normally what you want to do for any one sound that is like a lead or a synth or something is you want to stay roughly around here. This is as far stereo as you can go without going out of phase, like over 90 degrees out of phase. Because this is 180 degrees out of phase between all of the frequencies, which is completely fully separated. Then you have a completely different sound in the left speaker than in the right speaker, and they will sum together to silence, which you don't want, obviously. And this is completely mono. So this is just the sound in the left speaker and the sound in the right speaker is exactly the same. You want to kind of find a sweet spot right about here. This is too far because it's going to lose significant volume when you sum it to mono, which is what happens in a club, right? Because club systems tend to be mono, also festival systems. I am going to at some point like run back on that because what happens nowadays in clubs is that a lot of clubs tend to they tend to install more stereo systems. Stereo is going to like take over because there's tricks that they can do nowadays, acoustically speaking, that make it so that the problems of stereo that they used to have, where like specific spots in the club would just have very strange cancellations, they can almost completely remove that with like audio magic, I would say, whatever you want to call it. But still, it's just a good practice to keep in mind the mono mix of your track, right? Because you never know what kind of system it plays on, even if it plays on like a phone speaker. Phone speakers are always mono. Or, no, not even that. Because there's phone speakers that have like... Wait, where's my phone? I just had my phone here. Well, at least they have like... Is it not here anymore? Strange. At least they have like on the top they have like a speaker and then in the bottom, so then you can do stereo. But the phones that only have speakers in the bottom are mono, right? Because they're not far enough apart for the stereo effect to actually work. Because one of the things that is required is that there's some distance between the two speakers that send out the different signals, because otherwise you cannot pick up one with the left ear predominantly and the other with the right ear. Because that's what you want. That's why we want stereo, or that's why we want the separation is one ear picks up one of the signals and the other ear picks up the other signal predominantly, either predominantly or first. Yeah, a lot of outdoor stuff tends to be stereo because you don't have any reflections, and most good clubs are currently like compensating. Right, you can also see that more and more in that the last few years, DJs have been introducing a lot of stereo effects within their tracks specifically for like crowds and stuff. I remember the Armin van Buuren track where he goes like left, right, where he does the light show thing, where there's a vocal saying left, and then all of the lights on the left go on, and then right, and all of the lights on the right go on, and left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and it goes faster and faster, and it turns into a synth, and it's all cool and stuff. You can only do that if you have a stereo system. You cannot do that with a mono system, right? So there is ways that they're like compensating for it and playing around with it more. But having mono compatibility is still very, very important, because there will always be edge cases in which you don't have the stereo system, and you still want to just have your tracks work on that. Discord told me that my file is too big, so you only get a taste. Yes. You need to pay for Nitro if you want bigger files. The other thing that you could do is render out as MP3. I've seen that you rendered it out as a wave. but I'll listen to the little preview anyway. Cosmonome. Internety_1 is the track name.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition.
Again, this is not a... What's happening with the loading times today? It's just not loading the track. My internet is good, right? Okay, now it's loading it. Let's hope that it loads now, because otherwise it looks stupid. I see somebody posted in the feedback channel, the normal feedback channel. I don't know if you wanted that on stream.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening, whatever you want to call it, that this noun...
I'm looking at there to see if it continues to load, because otherwise I'll pause it again.
is eternal.
Kick and bass is actually clean, yeah, that's clean. Nice. Actually no, I can see the transient here, the transient is offset. That's usually an indication of some post ringing, but very small post ringing. You can see it slightly here. That's like one high pass filter on this. I like your use of the stereo field. I think this is what a stereo field of the Silent track should look like, if like sequences and stuff like that is playing. Oh yeah, that's it. It's because it's a preview and he couldn't upload anything more. Full processor, thank you for attending today. I think he posted another track, like a full track on Google Drive. We'll listen to that in a little bit. We have a lot more stuff here. Yeah, what I want to say is the intro is a little bit strange. As I said before, I'm not a fan of just having kicks or just having basses. And also there was a vocal and not a lot of space in there for that vocal to exist in. One of the things, the track is fairly loud, right? I think it was even like clipping at some point. Either that or it was like smashed into the limiter and it just kind of goes off screen here at the top and the bottom. I don't know if you like properly mastered it or if you just turned it up by a lot. When it comes to space like that and all that kind of stuff, it's really hard to explain what you need to do, but especially with vocals, you need to leave more space than you think you need to. Because as I've said many times, the vocal is something that we kind of automatically concentrate on. Let's see if I can...
This experience of Satori or awakening.
Yeah, here. So one of the problems that you have specifically with this vocal is that this is a very, very dynamic vocal, right? So the vocal goes from talking very quietly like this to suddenly talking very loudly and then going back to quiet and loud again. So you can see that the volume just kind of is all over the place, which means that it's really hard to mix, right? You cannot mix it for one volume because at another point it's going to have a different volume. So that's where you compress it. You should compress that kind of vocal so that you're like flattening out the volume, so that you have a base volume that you can say, okay, this is what the volume that I can mix it with. This is where compressors are used. This is where you use a compressor. For those that don't know, like, okay, when do I use a compressor? it's in cases like this is the best case scenario, because this is really like, okay, I have one volume and I have a different volume at a different time. What is the best way to fix it? I'll just dynamically smooth out the volume of it, which is what a compressor does, right? So that's something to take into account. And also one of the things that you should just take into account here is, if you have a vocal like that, make some space for it in the mix. Remove some of the higher frequencies of the other sounds, so that the higher frequencies of the vocals kind of sit on its own, so that it's easier to understand what they're saying. Again, when it comes to understanding a vocal, especially a spoken vocal, especially like a soft vocal like this, is really in the high frequencies, like 1.5K and above, right? So that's where you can leave some space, so that at least that part stands out a bit more in your mix, and it's just easier to then be able to understand the vocal itself. Okay, so we have Acid with Heroic Dose, A minor, 140 BPM, and his artwork is again amazing, and it shows what happens when you take such a heroic dose. I mean, look at this. This is very cool. I usually don't do artwork reviews on the feedback, but I've seen it now twice, specifically with your profile, that you have such detailed, cool artwork. I don't know, is it AI generated? Or is it like actually made by someone? Because this looks almost like you had it custom designed for this track. It looks too detailed to me, like deliberately, to be AI generated, right? But it also has that kind of AI generated feeling. It has the feeling, but not the details for it. If you know what I mean. I like that you always look, that's why I try to choose a nice one. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah. It's Midjourney. Has Midjourney really become that powerful that it can get those details right? Like I've done, I'll show you later. I'll first listen to this. This track is not finished. For a snare build like that, I would recommend opening up the high frequencies a little bit earlier. This is a very strange bass line, but I actually quite like it. It's very clean, of course. Again, here you can see one of those very strong fundamental snares, right? So this is actually cutting through your kick right now, this fundamental, this frequency there. It's even showing up right here on the analyzer. This is A. And this is F. A minor and F. Is that in key even? No, right? Because this is E. Or these, wait. Yeah, so this is E, and the snare is an F.
Imagine a more interdisciplinary.
So this is a very strong fundamental, which is not in key with the track. To be honest, just remove the fundamental, because the fundamental is the only thing that has a key in the track, or in the snare. So if you remove the fundamental, you'll be fine also with the key problem, this snare not being in key of the track. Uploading one I'm working on right now. Nice. I did see somebody post in feedback. Let's see if they want.
Today we are discussing psilocybin. Psilocybin is a psychedelic, meaning it modifies.
Okay, so Strangerus asked if he could post Google Drive links. That's always okay. Yes.
Outside world.
This is not your standard saw wave, because there's like one harmonic missing, right? And it's moving, so that's part of the wavetable or sound or like oscillator thing. That's not an effect doing that. It's kind of funny.
Psilocybin is a psychedelic.
While you're busy working on the snare, you might want to consider adding a little bit of spice to it in the form of like high frequency content here. The snare sounds a little bit dull. The rest of the drums are okay. I can see the little bump here that you would want from your high frequencies there.
It changes our level of consciousness.
Sophist, welcome. Sorry I didn't say welcome before. I saw that Klaus welcomed you, so. Very nice. I think it goes to show, like it shows the fact that I am speaking so little about the problems of this track that there's very little to fix. Like it's the snare, and then like some small mixing details, and then I would say that this track is finished. To be honest. It is 4 minutes and 20 seconds long, so you could go into a break and add a third drop to it if you want to. But even that, if you just fade out here, I wouldn't say that it's like out of place, right? I do like the bass line, yes, very much. It's unique. And it works. It's not sounding off, right? It's just like an open bass line, but with a little bit of a strange texture. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Yes, exactly perfect. My closet opened randomly. Okay. Scary. This is Nirvana by, again, Cosmonome. Cosmonome. Yeah, Cosmonome. Cosmonome. Ah. It's a Google Drive link, so let's hope that it loads. There we are. All potheads notice that, yes. It's the one number that we immediately go, it's that one. Oh. It's having loading difficulties. It's also 8.5 minutes long, so it's quite a track. Let's just hope that it loads. Mix-wise, I actually really like this. It's one of those tracks where the bass is a little bit quieter, but I like how much punch it gives to the kick. Which is nice and clean. Well done. I don't know if it's too loud though. Sometimes it just looks like it's going to clip here. I don't know if that's the case.
What a relief that was. The sigh of relief. Let it go.
I like this. I like this decision to go to a very low energy lead when your vocals come in. That shows me that you've thought about the placement of your elements. Is there a scene for Goa Minimale in Italy? Yes, it's... People refer to psytrance as Goa here in Italy, and they just mean like the minimal, the Goa Minimale stuff. Which is technically some kind of progressive thing, right? I mean, it has different roots and it's not as loud. But artists like Gonzi and stuff are huge here. It's the only psytrance that people really listen to, like the normies. If there's one thing about the mix, is that I think at around 1K you're a little bit too loud here. Like I consistently see like a big hump here. I think that should be a little bit lower. I think that also has to do with the fact that your kick is very strong there.
You're in the state of nirvana, and you become a Buddha. And of course it means that you become a rather astonishing person.
Very nice, very clean there. King Ting, thank you for staying around. I'm glad you enjoyed your time. And I guess I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so here you're like playing two melodies together. At this point my brain is going like, okay, what should I focus on? What is the first, is it the second? What do you want me to listen to, right? At this point it's a little bit less. There's still two melodies, but they are complementing each other. Before that wasn't the case.
You can let go. You can let go. You can let go. You can let go.
Good evening everyone, thanks again, especially to our professor. See you.
You can let go.
Thanks for stopping by as well.
You're in the state of nirvana.
Let's make a community track. We did that for the last challenge stream. I'm opening up Spotify to find you a reference track that I think if you follow that reference track, it's gonna be perfect in terms of like mix and the like placement of the elements and hearing how many elements you should have in one spot. Specifically for this track. Here. Pterodactyl by Tristan. It really gives me those vibes. Also because the bass pattern is almost identical. You have, what you're doing is you're going the first bass note a low octave, then the second and third a high octave. And then what he does is he goes low octave, high octave, and then low octave again. A little bit more groovy, but if you like copy that, then obviously it's not as unique as what you have now. But also in terms of tonality of the kick, in terms of the overall vibe of the elements that you're going for, you're very, very close to that track. So I would recommend using that track as a reference track, not only as like for mixing, but also in terms of production, with knowing how many elements to place in there and stuff like that. You use your other account. Ah, nice. We got to the 50th. I mean, that's by far a record. That's a record by like 15, 16 likes or something. I don't know if it's possible, but maybe I can have like right below my camera, right here, or like here maybe ish. I don't remember where my camera is exactly. A little like goal for every stream. I can see if I can make that. That would be. I mean, at least Malogify then has a reason to really point people at the like, because now it's a little bit arbitrary that Malogify is just constantly in chat asking for it. I really appreciate it. I really like that that you guys take care of my stream like that, but I should be doing that on my own. Okay. Thanks for listening. You're welcome. I really liked that. I really enjoyed it. Good stuff. Also the artwork. As said, I normally don't rate artworks, but it's a very good one. I like it. It's like almost symmetrical. I was like, did he just AI generate an image and just cut it in half and then like flip it over to get the symmetry? But I can see that like this flower is different from here, this is different, the horn is different here, this stuff is different. So this is definitely like AI made, I assume. But it's very cool how close the symmetry gets, right? Hello Dada, how are you doing? Techno big sounds.mp3. This is wild behavior. A little bit of a slower track here. Your workmate made it. Oh, I'm sorry. I just told him that it's AI art. That's not good. In that case, he spent a lot of time removing the symmetry, actually. I do like the slow vibes here. Personally, I would say that the bass line both comes in a little bit late and could use a little bit more definition. Or a little bit more volume, maybe a few more harmonics, like just some extra... Or is it just a sine wave? If it's just a sine wave, I would say maybe try use a triangle wave. One other thing in terms of progression, we have been, up until this point, up until now where the kick stopped, we had been adding elements constantly without subtracting any, right? Part of your progression throughout your track is not just that there's more stuff and things are like changing over time, but also just things are stopping, right? So that you have the space for other elements to shine more. Not only that, but stopping an element is a very drastic change to that element, if you know what I mean. So it's a very drastic way to add progression to your track. And now this is where we progress. Now we have a new set of elements and all of the old ones are actually removed. What you could opt for is remove a few of the early elements from the drop towards the end of the drop, right? YouTube is not maintained. Oh. I like the melody change, that's cool. I want to check where the sub bass is, because here it's in 40. Yeah, you're getting to like 35. That's calling it close, like C sharp, right? That's on the edge of what systems can produce. Some systems aren't going to be able to produce that frequency. Some may cut off at like 40, 45-ish. So that might cause you problems with the sub bass just not translating well to some, yeah, on the edge. It's on the edge. If you go any lower, I think C sharp is like the lowest note that you can reasonably expect to at least have some, like, that can be at least somewhat created on most systems. If you go any lower, then there's just systems that just completely refuse to reproduce that frequency. Like if you go like below 30, or if you go at 30. I think you have the same problem as we had before, where the kick, every time it plays, is different. You see the difference between this kick and that kick? It's also not entirely clean here and there, but I think there's a frequency shifter on this kick. Am I right? Because that's a trademark of a frequency shifter, is that your waveform looks slightly different every time. Like look, okay, there's the double kick, so that doesn't count. Like the difference between this and this, that looks like a frequency shifter. Frequency shifter on the bass? No, on the kick. Isn't there? I mean, the bass is also interfering with the kick itself. But it feels like there's a frequency shift on the kick, looking at the waveform. That's like the way you can identify it. It almost always sounds the same, but the waveform just kind of looks different every time. How many tracks do we still have? We have 4 more tracks to listen to. And people are going to be submitting more and more stuff, I assume. Right now we have Stranger Aeons. How do you pronounce this? This is the Swedish AE thing. Either way, Chasing the Rabbit, 32 bits, minus 6 dB, 44.1, 192 BPM. Or it's a kick made in Vital. Using track spacer for this sidechain. Ah, don't. Isn't that also Swedish? Because I've seen it in IKEA, haven't I? Not like in the word IKEA, but in some names of their products. Drag spacer is a bad idea for sidechaining. Drag spacer isn't meant for like the traditional sidechaining, it's meant for separating elements in the mid-range. And what drag spacer does is it's like a whole bunch of small filters. So if you have all those small filters and you're constantly changing the volume of each of the little bands that it creates, because that's what it does, it creates a whole bunch of bands and then it alters the volume of each of them depending on the sidechain signal. It may be Norwegian. The reason why you don't want to do that is if you have a band and you change its volume, right? What that will do is it will affect the phase, right? Is that true? I know it's true for nonlinear phase. Changing the volume of the bands that it's going through will also change the phase of the frequencies at the filter cutoff. So it's not a static phase shift that you're adding. You're adding a dynamic phase shift, which is really bad. That's not something to do. If you're going to sidechain your baseline, sidechain it with an LFO tool or a volume shaper. Anything more advanced than that will usually cause more problems than it solves. Because at the end of the day, a baseline, it's bass, right? So either you want it when the kick is not playing, or you don't want it. So it's just a volume automation. Denmark. Huh. Okay, I'm going to play this from the start. Chasing the Rabbit by Stranger Ons. It's hard to see if it's clean because there's so much happening. But I think it is. I think you resampled this. I will always continue to check that. Okay, so obviously this is very well produced. Right, mix-wise it's sounding very nice. Overall the production and the sound design is very good. When it comes to the mastering though, I don't understand why you went with 6 decibels of headroom. On a platform like SoundCloud. I understand when you're doing it for Spotify. Loudness compensation if you want to follow for that. But to be honest, I wouldn't bother with that. I would leave 1 dB. It's unmastered. Well, yeah, that would explain it. the vocal is both very understandable and almost not understandable. It's a really crazy effect that you put on that vocal. I don't know how you did it. But I could completely understand the vocal. I also heard that it's like a Linkin Park vocal, right? It's Chester Bennington, I think. Like from the tone of his voice. But I'm not entirely sure what he is saying. The chasing the rabbit part you can hear. I made harmonized copies. Am I right in that it's Chester Bennington? Did I get the vocalist right here? Because I don't actually know this track, by Linkin Park. So if I actually call that, that's... Ah, okay, nice. I also have a track called Breaking the Habit. Funny. It's on my album. My first album. Exclamation point album to listen to it. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, very technical, very well produced, and you have the parts that are memorable because of the vocal. Right? Even this melody, I would argue, it's strangely atonal, but it's very memorable. That's the power of using a melody over like one bar and then just playing it out for 16 bars, is that you're kind of just forcing it into the brain of the listener, right? By just playing it over and over again. Ah, now I hear it, yes. Now that you said that it's breaking the habit, I no longer heard chasing the rabbit, but I actually heard the vocal the way it was intended. I guess that has to do with the fact that it's like harmonized, so it's a little bit like noisy. But the first time around I just heard him say chasing the rabbit. Which, I mean, with the track title being that, I understand why it would be, but that's a nice effect. It's like the yellow, white or black, blue dress. Subliminal messaging, yes. Or the voice with Laurie and Jenny. Laurel and Jenny. Wasn't there like a voice message like that? Every few months there's like a new one of those, so. There are sound design things happening here that I just don't understand. Here, this vocal is maybe a little bit too quiet. Maybe like 1.5, 2 dB more. Also because it doesn't have that same like recognition as the other one. At least not for me. Yeah, I hear the glitch stuff, but there's also a lot of atonal stuff going on. Like this. Additive sound design, yes. Additive is fun because something like Harmer, and this is why I really want Harmer as a VST, it's no longer available, which is a shame. A good friend of mine, Boom Boom Bessa, he has it as a VST, but you need a full FL Studio license, which I'm not willing to spend that money for one plugin. It used to be the case that Harmer, you could just buy it as a VST, also like Citrus and Maximus and all of the good VSTs from FL Studio, which I'm missing. I really want those. So there should still be a way to like run them, but you need the full version of FL Studio to be able to do that. And the reason why I bring up Harmer is Harmer has like the additive sound design capabilities, but it's also very, very good in atonal stuff because it has this whole engine where you can essentially draw out per harmonic the amount of spacing that you want between the harmonics, right? So you can essentially shift any harmonic to any spot in the like frequency spectrum. You can still buy it. No, it's no longer available. They have stopped supporting it, I think. Because I actually looked for this. I looked for this recently, like I think a few weeks ago. If I go to Harmer and you scroll like all the way down, it says here, Harmer works inside FL Studio both under Windows and Mac OS. No VST version is sold at this time. Right, so there's still a buy option, but it's no longer for the VST. This is just for the plugin if you want the plugin in a like low version of FL Studio. Because there's versions of FL Studio that don't have all of the plugins in there. So the VST is no longer available. You cannot just buy the VST anymore. There are VSTs out there, right, of it. But that VST relies on the fact that you have FL Studio installed. So it's basically like a wrapper around the version that is usually in FL Studio. So I would need to buy FL Studio, the full FL Studio, in order to be able to use that VST if I want to have Harmer in Ableton. And as much as I want that, I'm not going to buy a DAW just so that I can find the VST somewhere, hope that I can find the VST somewhere, that then allows me to use Harmer inside of Ableton. As much as I want Harmer, that's not worth it for me. Okay, we have a few more tracks. 3 to be exact. I'm actually going to close the submissions. There's not really a way that I can close it, but I'm going to stop it here. Because after the 3 tracks that we have now, you have Harmer for Ableton. Does that mean that you have a full version of FL Studio installed as well? Because I'm pretty sure you need it, right? No FL. It's a VST version of Harmer. Ah. DM me after the stream, okay? We might be able to... Ah, okay. Not from the website. Ah, that's maybe why. Okay, so this is a track by, well, it says W, but this is obviously Wild Behavior, looking at the logo. This is from his other project, Joseph, which I think is like electronic stuff, right? Well, this is fairly EDM-y, up until now. Isn't this your, like, singing side project? Or am I mistaken with somebody else? Like, do you sing on these tracks, or is this just a different form of, like, EDM? It's like a, yeah, deep house kind of thing. I would lower the volume of the snare slightly if it's not playing on the kick. Okay, so no singing, just a different name for a different project. That's a very loud riser. Also, if you're gonna go into this very dark section, I would recommend cutting out the atmosphere that is playing before it, because it reminds too much of the stuff that was going on before it, right? If you're going to make such a drastic change of like dropping everything, then go for it fully and drop out literally everything, right? Because this atmosphere is now just kind of going there, and you start to think, is this part of the track, or is there just some background noise that you forgot to remove? Because the rest of the track is so dynamic with the arrangement and all of the sounds that you have there. I understand that's on purpose, but I disagree with it. Here it's gone. Right here we have a different atmosphere. Yeah, I understand that you guys make your decisions on purpose when you're making music, but sometimes I just disagree with the decision. But I see now, I would go for these atmospheres that you have, the kind of melodic one in that very dark space, to be honest. Because it's not tied to the stuff that you were doing before, right? From a songwriting perspective, if you're going to do like a switch up, what that essentially is, I would do like a full switch up, including the atmosphere itself. I'm not following this. That's very mono as well, the plug. It's this atmosphere here which is carrying the stereo, which by the way is very, very good. I like that. But look how mono this is, this part. It's again the atmosphere that's making it more stereo now, but before it was completely mono. This track is from years ago. It's very good, yeah. All of the things that I've mentioned so far, keep in mind, they're little details, right? So it's the last 2% of the track. I'm half deaf. either we have a very strong coincidence going on, or that's a reference to the other guy that's actually deaf on one ear. I'm assuming the last thing, because what is the possibility of it happening twice in one stream, that a music producer is like deaf on one ear? It's just that plug. I think I was thinking like it's multiple elements, but that plug just opens up and then it becomes that kind of lead thing. So it was the same thing, that's just mono. I mean, the rest is okay. Right, there's the panning that somebody points out, that I assume the panning on the voice, that it's kind of like going back and forth. Even the top drums have some stereo. The clap actually has a lot of stereo. Let me see. This is Black Hole Iris. Again, high tech. Even faster, this is 198 BPM. This is also on Bandcamp, so I'm assuming that this is mastered. Let's see. Oh, it's going to take ages to load all of the images. This is still the intro, and this is already louder than it was with the last track, so... It's actually loading fine, so... Actually not fully up here, but that's probably Bandcamp doing its thing. Too slow, yes. From what I understand from high tech, this bassline is actually very strongly processed, like it has a real laser feeling to it. Right, the kind of feeling that you get from the phase shift. There's no opinion on that, but that's just funny that I noticed that, because I've been listening to a little bit of high tech in like my free time. I have a playlist of it, and the bass lines tend to be noticeably less processed. And I think the reason for that is because it's so fast, they don't want to phase shift so far that the sub bass is just like shifted very far back. I mean, yeah, if it's a custom waveform, then I understand it, because then you don't have that issue, right? Because you just resample the part where it's like shifted in a way that it's just static. right, it's only at this beginning and the end where it's going to cause problems. But if you do your processing on your baseline, like a lot of people still do, and instead of using a wavetable, then you're actually going to run into this issue quite quickly, I think, with high attack. This is the new operating system. I like how deliberate everything is. In the sense that with that distortion that we just heard, I'm almost certain that you spend a lot of time tweaking the distortion parameters on that sound that was like in that little fill thing, so that it sounded exactly the way that you wanted to, right? Because it feels very deliberate the way that it's sounding. Obviously here with the solo that's going on, you're quickly going to get that. Again, there's like the little glitch thing, but it's repeating the same thing twice. So it feels very like you paid attention to it. I want this to do exactly that. Again, there. I mean, it's everything, but it specifically stands out in moments like where those things repeat. Oh, I was more talking about like the tonality of it. The tonality of the distortion sounded like you very deliberately went, okay, I want this distortion to sound like this aggressive, and not more aggressive or not less aggressive than that. Or whether that's the distortion itself or the filter that happens before it or whatever it is. But it's throughout this whole track, right? That the sound design feels like for every like 2 beats of the track, you spend some time considering, okay, what do I want the sound to do in terms of tonality, in terms of modulation and all of that stuff. And there's a lot of, I would say, psytrance sound design that is done in a way that starts with like random generation. And then you don't get that feeling because you don't get these kind of very specific edits. Again, here this sound and repeating exactly the same time twice. Here again. Here again. Here again. Do you see what I mean? That's what I mean. Like you deliberately chose, okay, there, I want this sound to do that, and then I want to do it exactly the same way again. That's what it feels like. Either you're doing some kind of strange glitch plugin or something like that, but I do agree with that, yes. It's but before I made psytrance, so like 4 years ago, I used to make dubstep, and there what you essentially have is that it's all about your sound design sessions. What you do is you spend 2 days sound designing in sessions, creating all kinds of crazy bass sounds, right? And then once you decide, okay, I'm feeling inspired, you take all of the bass sounds that you made, and in half an hour you build a track. Like a whole track. That's how like it's made. You don't really spend any time in the project of the track itself. And I think for Psytrance, one of the things that I've stopped doing is exactly that. I basically, when I'm making a track, all of the sounds are made like within the track, for the track, exactly at the time that I want to make them. And maybe for the high-tech genre, that approach doesn't work. I felt like I had some problems last time when I was working. Not that my high-tech track didn't come out the way I wanted to sound. It sounds really nice, but I feel like maybe if I did spend, just like you, like a day worrying about just sound design and just throwing down a quick kick and bass, sound designing for a couple of hours, recording everything that I sound design, and then cutting it up when I'm actually producing, maybe I would have gotten a little bit of a better result there. I don't know. Obviously, I didn't do that, so I don't know. Okay. No resampling, sidechain or anything. Ending needs work and something needed in the intro and working on outro. This is Lil Bogan's Cerebrum, and this will be the last track that we'll be listening to today.
Today, I'm going to be reading to you from his top little book, right? It's a great
Little Bogans.
And it's called Snow White and the Seven Little Dwarfies. Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful young princess.
Bogans, those are the... Isn't that like the gabbers from Australia? With like mullets and...
Oh, I've got a better one for you. Once upon
This.
a time, Snow White lived in a one-bedroom flat with her cousin. The Seven Little Bogans. Snow White was a top bird, and she liked them so much, she used to make them biscuiting on toast every night.
I mean, it's not just Aussies. I was looking for the Dutch equivalent. We have had for the longest time, we had New Kids. Any Dutch person will know. These 5 people. Of course, all having mullets except the bald guy. This was like a TV show movie thing, which is just 5, you know, very asocial people. And I think like the Bogans are the Australian equivalent, right? I agree with, yeah, the kick and bass cleaning still needs work. I like that you're going for some very unique elements here. Niels, I'm sorry, I closed off for today. After this track I'm going to end the stream because it's been 4.5 hours. I don't know if you're here in chat or if you just saw that a lot of people were posting in the feedback stream and posted there. There's a few people that do that, but... NKOTB. Wait, did I miss something? No, right? I didn't miss anything. I mean, it's been 4.5 hours. I want to rest and I want to edit shorts for you guys. Because otherwise, tomorrow there won't be a short video for you. Is that true, by the way? Oh no, I still have the one for tomorrow, and then after that, there won't be any more shorts. Either way, yeah. After this track, I'm going to... No, not New Kids on the Block. That's a boy band thing. Indeed. I saw that. That was the first result that came up when I first searched for it. But when I specified like Netherlands, I got the show that I was actually referring to. I mean, overall, I can hear that there's... Oh, this riser. That's very loud. I mean, if you get your kick and bass cleaning done, and you spend a little bit of time on, like this plug element, for example, it's loud, it's very dry, and there's like no reverb on it. And it's kind of in the way of all of your other like one-shots, which are a lot lower in volume. And it's not like you're saying, okay, that's a main sequence, right? That's the plucky thing that I hear there is definitely like a detail thing. This one as well, this pluck here. I guess it's the same one, because now it's back to the old one. So if you get all of your details right, then this is, yeah, a very good track. You said before that you were a little bit unsure about it and that you're a beginner, but to be honest, just make sure that you go through your mental checklist, kick and bass clean, mix-wise, like functional mixing, right? Just say for every element, what does this element need to do? How do I make sure that it does it? Right, that's the question and answer that you need to ask yourself. And it's hard to, at first glance, when you're a beginner, I know it's hard to start out with that because you don't exactly know, like, okay, what is the exact volume that I need to achieve this? But something like a riser like this, we can hear that it's starting to overpower the more important elements of the track, which are kick and bass, and in this case there isn't like a main lead. I wouldn't consider this a main lead, this sounds to me more like a supportive kind of sequence. So then, in that case, your one-shots are the most important, right? And you just go through the mental checklist for each element. Okay, what does it need to do? How do I achieve that? What kind of mixing things do I need to do to get that working? Yada, yada, yada. And that, and then, yeah, once you have that done, sometimes I just don't think ahead in the conversation, and then you get stuff like this. I start to lag a little bit. I also need to update my operating system, just like my Logify. But yeah, after that, if you have done your mental checklist, then this is just like a good sounding track. It's perfect, right? For the sounds that you have in there, if you just mix this properly, functional mixing, then it's just all good. And obviously, one of the things about the mixing process is cleaning your kick and bass, but that's something that you already pointed out. Anyway, I'm going to end the stream here. I see one more question in chat. Want to collab on a high-tech track sometime? I really do. I already have somebody who is supposed to send me another high-tech track that I'm supposed to work on. I haven't gotten the files yet for that. But if you have something to like send me so that I can work on it, this next week, week and a half is going to be really tough for me to actually work on anything. But maybe after that, I have some time and I can start like laying some ideas down and stuff like that. The next week I won't be here, so next week there won't be actually a feedback stream. Probably. I'm saying this now, realizing that actually I'm coming home on Sunday. So if I'm home early, I might be able to do a feedback stream. I cannot promise anything because I'm literally going to Switzerland and back. I'm going to Burning Mountain, the festival. Not to play, unfortunately, but to dance and have fun. Little vacation for myself. There's been a lot of content that I already produced, so in terms of videos and all of that stuff, it is all already scheduled. As I said, I need to edit the shorts for it, but those are already recorded and I just need to quickly edit them and upload them. But yeah, if after Sunday, I have a few more days in which I like really have a lot of stuff to do, and after that I should be free. So like in a week and a half, as I said, if you send me something, then I can start to see if I can work on something. But yeah, that's going to be it. This was my most successful stream to date, both in terms of like view count, maximum amount of viewers, the average viewers that stayed around. the amount of likes that we got, the amount of tracks that we listened to probably, the overall engagement that I'm getting. So all of that, I want to thank you guys so much. It's been insane the way that the channel has been growing over the last 2-3 weeks. I went from a little over a month ago, I had 500 views on average per day, and the last 6 days I had 3,000 views on average. So there's just something happening to the channel that I cannot explain why it's suddenly starting to grow. It has happened before a little bit, but not to this extent. And hopefully for now I can just capitalize on this growth and like keep it going and reach as many people with whatever I do. But that's going to be it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you guys very soon. Bye bye.